Well, hello there. Camera's kind of fuzzy again today. Think maybe it'll clean itself up. Either that or I'm losing my mind. Also possible. All right, so where the heck were we last week? We got this all running through the event system. That. Help if I had a terminal open. I think I forgot start my database as well, so we'll do that. Okay, perfect. This will be no. That. I got a full. How about foo? Got a notification that Cogent fixed some of the bugs we encountered recently, so I'm pretty excited for that. But we'll do that in like another branch. We need to do an update and see what breaks. Hopefully nothing. But so look is just hard coded to look at yourself still, but we need to fix that and get rid of this. Right. We were doing room updates that need to come back from the map so that the character manager can make intelligent decisions about what to send to who, that sort of thing, right? So we had the room change. This probably needs like a source. Um, but room change, location, and message. So if we go look at character manager where we handle the event. That's these types. We send location and string. But this is the data of, we use character notify, right? Move event. Triggers move, leave tile. Sends the character exit, right? Okay. And we provide the room change info. We could do so coordinates and message. We have location and message. We would need to add we have a topic and a listener ID already. The other thing to think about is, do we want this to fire this look? It's like a free look event, right? Or do we want this to be something else? We're also going to want to have, I guess we just have notify character for anything else that's special. Right now, we only handle strings and we just pipe them to the notification system, which just sends things to the characters, whatever's subscribed to it, right? That's fine. I'm tempted to include like room metadata here so that even if you're not looking, but then, I mean, what's going to need to be notified, right? Nothing currently, really. But I'm thinking in the future, like, do you want to say, hey, it's sunny and you're in the woods or whatever, right? Just like as a default free sort of thing you're aware of in your life, right? Um, I guess there's nothing really stopping us from putting the description in here and the exits in here. We should do a little bit of research and see. We can find some examples of how things various different games handle this, right? Don't know. If there's like a bunch of examples or not. I think certain things, like if an NPC is set up to greet you as you enter, that needs to be on the NPC to do, right? They just need to run through the machinery for just sending stuff, which we already have basically, right? So if we say that you speak aloud, the topic ID is this, will have bearing on how we build the output. You know, the shady guy in the corner says to you, and then if it's spoken aloud, other people can hear it. It'll say, you know, the shady man in the corner speaks to boop this person. And I'm not seeing a ton of different examples for room entry specifically. You can find lots of screenshots of MUDs, right? But I think that we do want to definitely return basic info. I think that's good experience, right? And it may have bearing on what we do with the client-side map, which is going to be a thing, right? We'll have to figure that a lot of stuff out, but I really want to put this into one, I'm pretty sure, as opposed to multiple. Um, look again at how we do the exits right now. I think they're kind of broken, right? Because we haven't integrated them into the new stuff yet. But I know they exist. Where did I put them? I must have put them on tile. Leave tile, new character notify, do all that. Short description, yeah, okay. Viewpoint is the character. Okay, so we need to get rid of that. We still need the short description, though. This isn't even actually used in here anymore. So that's convenient. This might come over ordered exits visible. Okay, yeah. Yeah. These are going to come over with information, which they already do. Direction, exit transit. Transit has DCs in it. So the map isn't going to have these decisions to make anymore. It's just going to tell you they exist. And again, we're all on the server side, so we don't have to worry about, cheating and stuff like that by sending this info over to the character manager or its characters. And I think character enter change data. We send the message over right now. We update the character's location. If we made this just take the room change, that would clean up some of this. And then we could put And we made this kind of generic because we wanted to theoretically use it for other things that change in the room, right? I don't think we can do that though, because location is only relevant in this case. I think we do still send topic character, and then we just send the whole room change. And then we have... I'm resisting the urge to add another type of description, right? Like an inter description. I don't think there's value in that really. Anything that triggers on an enter just needs to fire through the event system as normal. I think we just need short description. And we probably need exits in here. That is a little bit problematic. Because it's a transit, but we don't want to import transit, right? Trying to avoid dependencies between these two, or between the discrete handlers. They need to be figuring out things based on events. And we do have checks, though. Checks live out here now. Okay. So what we can have is a direction, cardinal direction, and a skill DC. That'll give us the basic things we need, right? To make decisions about this. And let me also stop my server. I don't need that right now. So over here, we need to change these guys. That's fine. Notify enter. Any kind of conclusion about the entrance of the entity. So here, character enter, change data, which we already assert, so that's fine. Let's actually send it first. Let's go over here first. This goes away entirely. That's a character decision now. We already have resize grid. That's going to come in handy when we do our map stuff. Finder. Where did it? Oh, duh. It's in tile. This is going to get changed too, but for now we just take that out. Just collapse these down for sanity's sake. It's in tile that we have our descriptions, ordered exit list. Ooh, that's a good point. We want to order them correctly. Exit display. We'd have to fix this if we did it this way, because there's no direct, there's no guaranteed order to a map. I guess we can put that in there. I'm okay with that for now. Thinking about ways to kind of tidy that up a little bit, but you know. Yeah. So when we get short description, I don't know that any of this really matters to be here. I guess it does, kind of. Can't return a string, though. It needs to return a string. What did I call you? Game events, I think. Turn a list of room exits. So we can do this. We don't need this. Ordered exit list. Actually needs to return a list of room exits. It's exit display. So room exits. Direction card? Oh, cardinal. And I don't need a transit here. Who uses you? Only ordered exits. Okay, so yeah, I don't need a transit. That's not... I just need to pull out the, not game events. Field DC. Accept. We're going to want this to be a pointer just so that we can nil check it later. That'll be easier than checking empty, right? So we do this, and then we say, ooh, that's a good point. It can't be just check. It needs to be spot check and use check. And checks. Just thinking about abilities. For now, it's fine. We'll have to think about that a little bit later. But this transit DC to C. Transit table to transit. These are pointers, so do the same thing. So if this is not nil, then let's rename this a little bit too. Just that's fine. Oh, we already used that. That's fine. But this becomes address of that. What are you not happy with? Oh, spot check is that. Same deal here. That. Oops. That. These are now a list of room exits. We append you like so. And then that's fine still. Okay. So then we're building a room exit. We don't need that. We do ordered exit list. Oh, we need to do this in this is what we need to do. Wait, I don't even need to do this. It's going to return our list directly. What am I thinking? We can actually move you. This becomes the job of the character to decide that string. So all those. I don't. We can leave it for now. I don't think we need this bytes writing though, because we're not. It's very, very simple now, right? but it's fine. Room connections go in there. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That. And we need basically the same thing for this. These go away. Like so. And then if we do that, I think we're done in here for now. In the map, just need to comment that out for now. All of that's fine. Look is really just a placeholder now, because we've moved so much stuff underneath it, right? So then in move, leave tile. Message is leave message, which is fine. Leave doesn't need a room update. We might later include like a character list. I'm thinking for like a panel that would display occupants, right? That needs to be updated. We could do that as part of this notification, but that's later. Later me problems. So for leave, we just need to say, hey, y'all left. And that's reflected here in notify exit. There's no channel. If it's us, we say, hey, you move. We just space that. We need to fix up this a little bit. Like, this is going to have to get pulled out into like a string file that gets ingested, right? But for now, it's fine. But yeah, leaves to the whatevs. The enter is the only one that we need to really figure out. So this can stay this enter tile. Enter message. Except this is this. We need short desk, which is t dot short description. Ah, right. I think in hindsight, that this might be the smarter play. And actually, this is already going to exist here. We don't even need this. I think we can get rid of a lot of stuff, actually. Let's go back to move. Short description. Is just a description. And then this is my connections. What is the ID? Should have documented that better. This exit transit table ID. I think this is just my ID. Because the table ID to transit object that it should use. Origin tile ID. Yeah, so this is my ID. I'm not sure why I did that. Connection's still in game map as well. We'll leave it for now. That's fine. Just kind of puzzling. So if we do all that, then all of this actually just goes away. Now we need to handle this and make sure that I don't have any other leftovers. I think we're good. Okay. So when we give us, we need to go up here. We give us our data. No, I lied. We do need to be in here. So this is leaving character and exit message. This just needs to be you're a room exit, or not room exit, room change. Call your room change data just in case. We do this, we do this. This is the dot message. Okay, so wait, I've got myself confused. Oh, okay, yeah. We'll do this just to make things the same across the API, right? That's perfectly fine. Then down here, we still need to do that. We still need to do that. Entering character ID is not me. Then I do enters, and then I write the message. This would be, hello world, just like my code, the job market's compiled but still hasn't run. Oh, we laugh so that we do not cry. I blame it on 5G. I mean, sure, why not? What the heck are you doing, Marco? How's the week been? How's your Friday treating you? So this needs to be actually up here. That's why we are seeing the string show up. In the else block here, we need to write string of change data, short description, and then we need to do the checks here. So and I believe this appends a new line, but I could be wrong. We'll find out. We need to go for the exits. It's not nil. We do the checks. We need to actually, what we want to do is write let's do that can still be a remix, that's fine. Here we can do this, right? We do the same thing. We need to figure out how we want to handle telling the player about use DCs, or if we want to. That's probably going to be something that belongs on the map, right? for now, we'll leave it there. We'll fix our typo. And then here we say the length here is greater than 0. We write the string and how did we do this before? Shouldn't have deleted these just yet. That's fine though. Hello? Pull you back real quick. So I might need to do a new line manually. I can actually just copy this whole block. It's still good. We just need to change the variable. Which means also that I need to add a new line here at the end of the short description. And then this is exit text. This is exit. Which is that. And then we need to go fix character manager because this is no longer that. It's just the data directly. Pretty happy with actually. Because it'll be easier in the future to add things to data. We won't have to come in here, right? Unless there's any reason we need to change this logic. We'll just do that. And then let's run my server. Oh. Yeah. These two need to be deleted now. Like so. Tile has imports left over. Fix that. Thank you. That runs now. Run our client. We need to append UCA. Let me see. I think I had this. Might have gotten rid of it. I think it did. Not sure that I'm completely happy with that. The CLI in the engine, is it for debugging? That's the client. It's a very basic client, but it is the client. You see, yeah, there we go. And then maybe I like that a little bit more. Kind of just a silly thing to waste time on, but you know. Do that. No, I would do this before, but that's it's coming together. I mean, yeah, kind of. That's kind of like old news. Like the client's been in there for a while. We just haven't used it because I think ever since you found me, we've been in editor land pretty much, right? um, I'm happy with this event system coming in. That's a really good bit of progress, right? It's going to unlock a lot of things, I think. Um, do that. I think I like that more betterer. Oh my gosh, I can't type. To the east, you see a very interesting tunnel. Rigs is leading east, southeast, south, southwest, and west. That's broken, but we'll do a quick test also with the second client. Bar enters from the west. Let's go south today. Move to the south. Bar leaves to the south. Okay. That. Happy with. Should probably think about a little bit tidier way to do that too, but that's fine. Oops, that's not what I want. Wrong window. That one. Here we go. So that'll get the. Oh, we also need to enter Let's take this out of here. Notify enter. This. I need to fix coordinates. This thing. Storing a pointer everywhere so that it gets passed by a pointer is annoying. But for now, it's fine because when we build you, we create a new thing for you. It's in tile. Enter tile. New from it. Yeah, okay. So we can do that. We can get away with that here. Let me put that on my to-do list. We're going to do that sooner rather than later. It's I was hoping it wouldn't be such a big issue, but it's just become too clunky. It's got to be. We're going to have mixed pointer types in for various different things within the coordinates package. And it's just the way it's got to be. This is shared. Coordinates. We need to allow using a copy of a coordinate. Not everything should be a pointer. It's becoming painful and prone to mistakes. Okay. That's going to be like our next task. Well, I lied. This one, just make a note here. We'll update Cogent and fix its fallout. If there is any. We'll do that after, just in case. Those are like the hot next things that we need to do. But for this, I'm 99% sure let's just double check. This is to done. This needs to be in here. And actually, we should go ahead and do the checks. We'll do that in a second. That's still valid. This is still fine for now. That's fine for now. Fix that though. Manager. Look is still a thing to do. That's all good. That's still to do. What do you have in here? Yeah, that's a new one, so we'll still to do that. Yes. 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 Okay. That's all valid. This will be part of state as well. That's still to do. That's still to do. All right. Commit this, and we'll do move the room exit solving stuff to character, make map return a room update with the basic information as part of the move. Hopefully that'll help future me when I'm looking through this, trying to figure out what's going on. Okay. So we need to have a think. Not about that one though. About this one. Run checks. We need to basically store this information, right? Because right now alive. Okay. Because we can resolve can we? How do we get skill check info in and out, right? We can make we can decide if we can see this in here just fine. But this has ramifications for map and its tracking of what we can and can't see. Mm. And if there is a DC on there, so we can send a check object over, but we won't know what to check. So maybe the actual answer here is we only allow you to see because we have this system that checks these, that tracks this, right? Or rather, if there is no spot check, then we can just add it, right? We're fine. The other thing we can do, we probably need to make look able to look at the exits or something like that, right? That way you can get more information on them, like for the DCs. So this is probably something like that. So let me just chuck a note in here also for server map exits and checks probably need a description on them. Kind of just chuck that in. Oops. Somewhere soonish for the next time we visit the map, because that's going to have ramifications in the editor as well, right? We'll need to add the field for that, which is fine. Just chuck that there for now. We could actually do this. Well, no, we need, because we need this, right? So we probably just need to do that still. If I think this ties into look. And then we can still fire. This isn't really room change. But doesn't really need to be. Everything except for location here, we'd have to add a long description, but everything else is very much generic to just a room, right? A room data. In fact, we're going to call you room data. We're going to put you in there. And then when we do this, it was here. In look here, we used to resolve whether or not you could see things. Template to string. Just live on map. Skill check CDs, skill check tracker. That's where you live. So you have a cooldown entry. So we can check this when we return to you. That might be the answer. Because we do want the map to know about this. How do things get in here is kind of the question. But if we do a look, that can prompt a skill check, right? We have the ability to send that over to the map. And then the map can return us just, async return the room data as a room update. I think I kind of like that. We're moving our functionality again, but it's a hard thing to call because, it could belong to either. It could be a responsibility of either, really. But I do really like that idea. Because then we could just we could skip this, right? Skip all of this. Let's move this to do out. All that goes away. This just becomes this. Like so. Actually, this can go away because I've just made that note, right? Let me just double check. Existing checks play. Existing checks. Geez, what was I thinking? Exits probably need a description on them. This should probably include information on use checks if present. Let's do that. And now because it's in there, I don't need it in here. And then this still all works for building the string, right? And over here, we only have to deal with what things we send them. It's room data, location and message, only things we send over. Perfect. And then intertile, instead of this, we do this. And we say that. I don't think we need the index, actually. If that's nil, that. That. And then I think we can clean this up a little bit. We can say instead if this is not nil, if how did I get right. You're in game map. You're in game map. You're in game map. We should have access to everything. Yeah, there we go. Wasn't loading for some reason. Character entry present for transit ID, which is me. And then the character ID, but we don't. We do have that, yeah. You just continue if it's not present. If it is present, got to remember how this doesn't track successes yet. We have a tracker with transit ID, character ID, and expires at ID. We need in the entry this needs to be oops. Success is a bool. That here this really shouldn't be this. This should be that. Oh, actually no. This is wrong. This just checks if there is an entry. We still need that. How do I do this? Because present is used for whether or not we need to check again. I guess we could get the entry and then just check it manually. Nobody's using you just yet. So if we did this as pointer returns, return entry, we do that, it'll copy it. The only reason we're using a pointer here is to nil check it, right? And if we do that, and you mutex, yes. I'm not sure why this is in the same package. Feels like it should be a different one. That's fine for now, though. So then here we do get entry. If it's not nil, then we need to say if it wasn't a success, then we continue. So if it is a success or if it's not in here. Am I doing that wrong? Quite possibly. Let's break this up because um, if the spot check exists, we get our previous entry. If it exists and it was a success, we need to append. So this should be if so if it was nil or it wasn't a success, then we skip it. So there was no check or it was a failure. Otherwise, we fall through and append. And we also fall through and append if it is nil. I think that's what I want. So if we run this, everything right now, because we don't have any checks in here just yet, everything should still work. East, southeast, south, southwest, and west. Northwest, north, northeast, east, east, southeast, south, southwest, and west. Northwest, north, northeast, east, backwards. Northwest, north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, and west. That's all of them, yes. That's correct. We would then need to go to what does our character have for our test character? I think he has any skills and abilities, right? Meow. But they do exist. So as long as we set it to things that exist, I think we're okay. It's clearly been a minute since I built the editor. Give that a second to run. There we go. Map editor. Map. Nope. Let's provide a message broker to map. What did I break there? I thought we fixed that. I thought we fixed everything and test everything, I should say. Editor main, yes. Shoot manager. Broker exists. Fix manager. Add page. New editor, map editor. Message broker. Did I forget to... No, you're in there. Oh, that's template bar. New map widget. Set log, open map. Load map. Config. Config as message broker. Do we test map? No, still must provide a message broker to map. I thought we tested these. That's so bizarre. Set log, open map. Map widget. Wouldn't be there. It is an open map. 278. Load map. Takes map config. Okay. Oh, that's because we added load map didn't take a message broker before. We changed that. Okay. Load map must provide a message broker. Okay. That's to go into the config. So what we need is for map widget to have a message broker. How is that going to play? This doesn't need a message broker for the editor. So here, what we can do, like we could pass it the message broker from main, but that wouldn't do anything, right? This map isn't actually being loaded as a game map. I don't think this should be an error. Where do we use that exactly? This needs to be when we do cut that. only going to happen when we send things, like in a move. Or when we're handling a command, essentially, right? So could put it in returns handlers. Put it in handle event. If do we put you? Oh, right. Yes. This. So in our load map, we do that. So we just set you. So if you give me that, then I load it. If not, that. This way it's clear in operation, in theory, that we're not in a state that actually works. But handle the fence. But we can load the map as an object just fine. Let me run this really quick to be sure. Yeah, that works perfectly. And then shut this down. I don't need you anymore. Then when we load you, need to move these into different files. Then everything works happy. Good. Okay. Let's do, we'll do a test room at 1-1. We'll say that the south exit here has a spot DC of 0 or 1, let's just say. So it's essentially impossible to fail that one, right? But the southeast takes perception 100. So it's basically impossible to succeed. So when we go to 1-1, we should see immediately exits leading everywhere except for south and southeast. And then when we hook up our look, we should be able to see south get added. Save. Editor working. Doing real work. Loves that. Now, this, I think, should work instantly for the not seeing. So I go southeast. So I see northwest, north, northeast, east, southeast, southwest, sorry, and west. So that part works. Good. Okay. I should do this. I should do git add. Ooh, map has multiple changes, right? Yeah, okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna add them all. It's fine. I should have broken up a little bit more, but yeah. We're going to, and we could do like git commit p or whatever it is, but I that's just silly. Move the exit display logic to the map again, but make it more we're gonna have to pull that out a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. Based only on the cached checks that may or may not exist. Only error, or rather, allow no message broker on map load for editor, but error on handling events if it does not exist. Push that up. Okay. So let's tidy this up. Does MUD mean multi-user dungeon? So we're back to this, where we need to figure out this port. What we can do we can fire these skill checks async from map, right? That's what I'm thinking. Well, in fact, a skill check in general could probably be fired async. So that just needs to go into our state machine. We need, do that in a minute. Notify room data room exit. So we're going to need to have a type of event that is a skill check request that needs to get fired out. And then this will allow for like sneaking. When we do those type of skill checks, we can just fire the event to the handler directly, to the character handler directly. In theory, if we set this up right? Because it's all in the same package. That part's fine. So this event needs to include everything we need to do that, so that we can do it both locally or over the messaging system. I put you in shared. Yes. Game events package here. Add you to async. Like so. Data is the interface. Not really just a command anymore. And probably needs a source. Source type. If we did that, we'd have to do an enum just for that, right? If we wanted to do that without importing everything. So maybe we can get away without doing that. If we do have to do it, we can put it in the events and kind of generalize them. Like, is it a character? Is it an effect? Is it a system, right? Which would be like just any module that was calling for it. And then we could default it to like system or something. Or I guess we could default it to unknown. That would make more sense probably. I don't know if it'll matter though. But we'll put a check in there. And I guess we could make a helper for us to make this a little bit easier. Just to keep things same there. And then we need data for this. This is a you can bundle this up. Source, target, that. What did I just call you? Skill check prompt. Yes. Oh, I've redefined. Or let's just do check prompt. Right, because this is not that, it's an event. That's why we're having a helper just to wrap them all up nicely. So then in map, we don't prompt you on entry, so that's only look. So we actually need to hook up look first, or we can apply this. That's fine. Let's actually just commit this really quick. Add the skill check prompt event type struct and a helper. We'll see if any of that needs to move around, but for now, I mean, it's good, right? Okay, so the look. We already have, so we kind of have the same sort of issue here where we need to know where to send it, right? Which actually looks like two different events. A character look. This needs to get moved into the state machine. Or does it? Because if it has a target, yeah, this needs to get moved in. Character manager is going to handle it by calling a thing on the character. So if it's not a character that we're looking at, we fire it into the event system. Or do we do that either way? Just to keep things the same, right? Problem is the event system only currently allows you to have one handler for one type of event. Look is a multifaceted thing. You can look at a room, you can look at a transit, you can look at a character, you can look at an item, you can look at a lot of things. Items don't exist yet, but, you know, things we need to think about. Do we change that? Or do we add multiple types of look, right? Like character look, map look, etc. That's an interesting question. What makes the most sense here? Oh, I'm dropping frames. Hopefully it doesn't cut off. A little bit of an internet slowdown there. I think we're back. Hopefully. Um, Anywho, as I was saying, we could add we have a look event. Could break this up. And I'm kind of leaning towards that because otherwise we'd have to figure out what the idea of a thing we're trying to look at is, right? If we add an event type, we get that for free. Because presumably we know what kind of thing exists, right? Well, I guess maybe not, because in the character, from the viewpoint of a character, we need to be aware of the type of things that's in a room, right? Character is easy. But as soon as we add items, we're going to have the temptation to have a reference to the item handler, whatever that is, right? Or the item type. That might be fine. Because I don't know. Well, map will need to know about items too. Editor will need to know about items because we'll need an item editor. But I don't think we need like a handler for item events, right? Because I think that's a universal enough concept that we can just do stuff to item objects. And hopefully we won't need item state, right? Doesn't make a lot of sense, I don't think. Although maybe for like broken versus not or something. But that might be simple enough that we can just if check it, right? We just hang methods off of it too. So build the simplest thing. What we should do is just have character look and map look, I think. There will be like an item interaction sort of event. That's going to involve the map to make sure it's there, right? If we're talking interactions in the world. Is it possible to extend events as the consumer of the engine? That's kind of the tricky part, right? We're kind of backburnering that. The idea being that you would be able to change them, yes. But right now it would require a reasonably extensive knowledge of how it works, right? But presuming you didn't try to double register, which isn't currently allowed, and we're kind of trying to avoid because that involves order of operations problems, right? Um, so you'd have to add a different event and register that handler, which would just have to implement the event handler interface. So it wouldn't be too terribly bad to do. Um, it would just be a little bit more involved than I would really like to, but it might have to be that way just because otherwise we really explode complexity with code gen and stuff like that, right? We'd have to look at like everything. We have to figure out everything in a directory that could implement the event handler interface and then like make it auto add or something. So like maybe, but and then you'd have to run, go generate or something, which would end up regenerating a lot of stuff too. So, and the idea, I think that the simpler way would be that you would have to extend um, the handlers themselves to do different things, right? Meta programming mentioned, yes. Which, yeah. I looked at there's a Go, what did they call it? I forget now. Go plugins or something like that. But it only works on Linux and Unix, I think. So not ideal, right? The idea is that this should be cross-platform. So I don't know yet, but circling the drain of how do I do this in a way that is enabled wasn't going to get us anywhere. So I just kind of pushed on with my basic framework of everything runs through the game manager. Async events just get fanned out as they belong to the different handlers that have registered. And then sync events in the main game loop get processed in order of receipt, right? First in, first out. Oh, actually, that might not be true because I just go through the list. I should go through the list the other way around. Let me make myself a note. I need to make sure. Ensure we FIFO the event queue for fairness. Glad you made me think of that. Ugh, really? You didn't? Okay, you go over there. Uh, actually, while I'm here, that's done. That's actually kind of mostly done. We're just really tying the event system into it. Yeah, it's fine. Um, that'll be 100 million meta salary for my contributions, please. I will pay you in internet bucks. You may have infinity internet bucks. Congratulations. Okay, so back to what I was thinking about here. The um different look events. I still think that's sort of the way to go, right? Game events, look events, command parser. Command parser is where we build this. Command parser has no knowledge of what it's looking at, just that there is some kind of a thing so let's think about the idea of that. Hey, thanks for follow. I appreciate that. My headphones aren't working, so I can't hear you. Can you reply in chat? Sure, why not? Um, so part of a look event actually has to be figuring out what we're looking at. Which is a thing that map can do, right? So in fact, map needs to kind of be the starting point of that. So that kind of argues for leaving look event in there. And then if we just have like a um if our look event has an ID, a target ID, and a source ID, the command parser doesn't know who it's bound to, I don't think. Nor should it, right? That makes sense. We just generate an event and we return it. Parse input. But here, we could actually take a look at it because client handler knows who it's bound to. So we would need to make the decision here as to what we do about this, right? Right now, we just return directly. We already have the event that comes out of here, so that's a little bit weird. Server message, or not that. New look action. But there's nil data in here. So we have the ability here new event. It's a look event with nothing in it. If we put if we put this in here, we need to have the notion of like keywords for things that'll work, right? So if you say look potion bottle, let's say, then we need to be able to respond to both because it should be the same, right? If there's a potion bottle in the room, it should look potion should work, look bottle should work. Same thing for like a character. That would be a little bit tricky. But I guess map could just do that, right? And if we put nil in the target, that just means it's like a generic. Okay, yeah. I think we're okay with this. The parser each token after this, we need to put into like a list, probably. And then do our best to match those to tags. So we need a look event thing that'll be standardized here. Because this is the third package, right? So that everything can reference this, and it's kind of the source of truth for everybody without cyclical imports. In order to do that, we can still do new events, or we could do a helper for you. Let's do that. We can do look action. Right. And then this is do we care about a source here? Probably. But we won't. We don't know our source here is the problem with that. We would have to, okay, we can still do this. That's fine. We have to do it here. This is already taken care of, actually. Um, we'd have to add it after the fact, right? Which would get a little bit weird. But it might be okay. This is the thing we're going to have to do. This pattern has to be repeated in multiple places like this. Because things like an attack, right? That's going to have a source as well, which will be us, which command parser doesn't know about. But that's okay. Character manager does, or client handler does, and whatever handles the NPCs, right? That'll have to do the same thing. So this is probably kind of a thing that we need to set up, right? Right now, like logouts we handle here, that's okay. We dispatch the message. If it's asynchronous, it's async, we do this, or this, or this, or that. We default to invalid action. And then parsed is our input. So if we do this, we say it's a look action, has a source ID, target What if there's more than one target? We'll add that later. The start of a target is just a list of strings. This ties into, we need like a human readable ID system as well for things, right? It's a little more friendly than a full-blown UUID. But that can just be like a random string too, and then we can just check it and say, hey, is this an ID of anything? Or, you know, go through, is it ID, is it a tag that we have on our objects? I guess we could also probably look and see if the like a pattern match for an ID. Maybe you can do just like a regex and just say, hey, oh, this looks like an ID, resolve it as one. Maybe that's a thing. But either way, if it's a list of strings, we can go through them, right? And right now we're only supporting a single target, so that should be fine. So in our parser, first look command, whoop, until EOF, and we're going to need also a helper for this, just for convenience. New look action. Won't take a source. It's just going to take... It can't take a source. We'll just do a nil here and leave ourselves a note that we don't know the source yet because we're a command parser. So return an event for now. This is look. That's that. That can be used here. But what we can do... I think we just need to go through... This... You just return... I think we have a... I don't think we have an example right now yet. Oh, yeah, we do. We have a next token. Okay, perfect. So this is basically the same where we do like so. Just borrow this code. We probably want this to be not a var because we want an empty string slice. That way, if it's empty, like we know that we can do just a map look, right? When we get it over there. So we do that, and then we do tags equals append tags, the current token's literal. And we call next token. If it's empty, then it's EOF, or if it's EOF, then we end our loop. New look event is not the correct, not new event anymore. New look action. Oops. This is nil for now. We do not set the source here because we don't know it yet. And then we just give you tags. And we return that. And then up here, we get a look event. We can do how do we want to do this? Because we're gonna have to tie this into the event system, right? And right now, we do have look, which returns that. It's going to need to go in here. I think. But for now, we can wire it into look. I think that's fine. I think we can still move this pretty easily, I hope, if I'm thinking correctly. So we do that. We return it in the client handler. If we still need to... Still need to route it correctly, right? That's the problem. The thing is that, like, maybe it's not worth like trying to figure out if we're looking at ourselves or not here, because I mean, we could hard code the token in, right? Um, but I don't really want to put too much logic in here that isn't just for handling client and just, you know, gluing them together. Yeah, let's just put it in there. It'll be fine, I think. I hope. We're gonna do We have to do a message still. We have to basically do all this still. In this case. Which... almost argues for putting this up here. Or not there, up here rather. It's synchronous, we just put you in. This I might regret this. For now, I think it's fine. You might have to pull it down depending on how different things get. Oh, right. Because you are... We don't know what you are. We'd have to type a search you out. I guess it's fine. Here, so we can do... This is... look action, okay. If you are... a look action, game events look action. We do this. That's okay. We say... character's ID. And then we dispatch this. But I think then we need to also do this. Nope, well, that would break. Because this isn't actually... Okay, crap. What do you return again? You return an event, okay. So this is... mdata is parsed. Parsed is the event. This should be parsed data that we type assert. Except... Can I do that? No. You would have to be a pointer. Or we'd have to rebuild the event here. Because this is going to make a copy, I'm 99% certain. We'll find out. We do all that. Otherwise, we return. We just log an error. That's how we've been doing that. We say invalid data type or look action. Parsed data. Then in character manager, nope, rather map. How are we going to do this? If we do this, we would need a character look event, which is fine. We can still use our look action. Well, maybe not. Because we need to resolve what this thing is first. Does it still make sense to call it a look action then? Or should we do like a... Should we call you like resolve look? Or a look resolver? Or look attempt. How about that? Okay. I think I like that. Look attempt. Like so. And what if look attempt is synchronous? Does that make sense? Maybe not. We'll leave it async for now. We'd have to change parser, right, to figure that out. We already do need to make a little bit of change here. Means not a type. It absolutely is a type. We just made it a type. Oh, right. Okay. Duh. I guess that's fine. And then we need a look data. Source ID. Target. Like so. Okay. That. Should fix you. Why aren't you? Oh, duh. So we're switching on that. We're type asserting. This should be a temp now. Cancel that. Sorry. I shouldn't refactor that. I just need to change that. And then in parser here, we create this. It is no longer. It is a look attempt. Yes. Okay. Perfect. That's taken care of that for us. So map needs to get registered. Hi. How's it going? Look attempt gets handled here in map. Character manager. We need to wire up look to you. What does a look? How do we break this up a little bit? It's a little tricky. Tell you what, I'm gonna take a quick break. My beverage is empty here. I'm gonna get a new water bottle and use the restroom. I'll be right back, and we'll figure out how to kind of extricate these things. So we have look at temp, but now we have and then look. We're kind of in the same problem where, like, I guess a look attempt that has no target just looks at the map, so we return that, right? Or, and that's just a notified character, or we return a look event and say, look, whoever handles look events with targets, here you go. Not sure I love the naming. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right. Webcam. There we go. So we still got to figure out this naming stuff, which is kind of a disaster, but you know, it is what it is. So if a look attempt has to go to the map, I don't like that. I want this to be look still. This still needs to be a look. This needs to be look data still. This can be targeted look data. This is look data. Let's do target tags for that. And for that. Then over here, get rid of you, get rid of you. It's just a look event, which means you need to go fix this. Look data, like so. This is look, like so. That's new look. That all works out still because we use the helper. Perfect. Look event. Did I not delete? Didn't. Took it out of all everything else. Hey, Sai, how's it going? How's things? How's the everything? I think last time I saw you, you were doing ECS still, right? Were you working on events? Yes. So the Go doesn't allow circular imports, right? The map had knowledge of character objects, so it imported the character package, which is not ideal because the character needs to know about things that map can do sometimes, right? Like look events, for instance, needing to verify what's in the room. So we're kind of pulling that apart, which is mostly done. Up until now, look has just been hard-coded to look at yourself, and we're trying to kind of pull apart the logic of a look event and avoid duplicate registry of things that can handle a look event, because then you run into order of operation confusion, right? You don't know who needs to handle it first. But also without just creating a mess, right? So it'll be kind of inefficient to send a look event for looking at yourself through the event handler, but it's simpler. And then, you know, look is kind of like a multifaceted thing. Like, are you looking at the room, which is should be like the default, right? Or are you looking at a character or an item or a room exit? Like, what is the thing that's being looked at? Which is an optional argument, right? So just trying to do that in a way that is sane. Okay, so in here we append our ID as the source. And this needs to be look event. But yeah, how's your things going? I haven't seen you on in a little bit, but I haven't been like constantly on Twitch either. I've been busy. So we need to handle a look in here, which is going to look like this. Nothing's using you currently, so we can pull you in. Cancel that. Don't do a refactor. Nothing's using you. I don't need a refactor. I just need to do that. We put you in here, so we know how to handle the look event, or we say that we do. Handle event needs to be aware of that. If it's a look event, look, and then this actually needs to take the event data. We should probably type check it though, like we did. Look data. Do the same thing. Secret import seems like an interesting issue to deal with. Sounds like you got to handle it though. Wait, so do you own the event bus queue observer? Yes. You don't know my architecture? Yeah, that's fine. Owned by lib. Nah, I own it. It's Go channels under the hood. We just broadcast events, and the only thing listening right now is the game manager, so easy peasy. I definitely haven't been on in a minute. I want to get back on the engine today, but been kind of sick. Gotcha. I hope it wasn't anything too terrible for you. And Go channels, I'm gonna look that up. Oh yeah, it's built into Go. It's actually the same message bus. I don't remember if you've been around when we were doing it in the editor, because the editor has two different message buses right now. One is just like the event system that's built into the UI framework, which we use for UI things. But we do have some message passing that happens over the message bus, which just, it's a really simple pub sub that uses Go channels. So whenever you sub to a thing, any message that gets dispatched, it just fires off a copy into all the channels that are subscribed to that topic. So really simple, basic stuff. Just kind of abstracted a little bit to make it more flexible for this application. And I might pull the like a variable or something for the game manager topic itself instead of using broadcast, but for now it's just all broadcast, which is fine. Valid type, data type T4, look event must be this type. UR look event. I don't think that's actually going to be populated if we don't type assert successfully. Let's do that instead, and we'll do the same thing up here. And then we need look data. I do love the pub sub-architecture for decoupling. Yeah, different approaches to events does overwhelm me sometimes. I guess it just depends on your goals. Yeah, I mean, it can be kind of crunchy, but like that. It's good, right? It works very well. It's very Go. Very idiomatic Go, right? They have like a a saying, I guess you might say. It's don't share memory by, or don't share information by sharing memory, share by communicating, or something like that. Like, they really want you to use channels. Okay, so you don't take a character anymore. You take look data. Let's call you look D or LD. Okay, this no longer is... Ooh, we do need a location in there. Crap. That needs to go into here. Our look data. Targeted doesn't. Don't think. That for now. New look. Source, target tags. We need to also give you... No. So otherwise we're gonna have to give this nil. Well, yeah. I guess it's fine. We'll give you nil in this case for now. But in here, we also need to do give you the location as well. And then in here, we need to validate if location is nil, we just return, because this doesn't do an error. But it probably should. No valid location provided for look event. Let's just say this we need to do an error here. We'll do the same thing we did up here. We don't have, actually we don't have an invalid exit error. So we can actually just return the look of the result of this. So we do that. We still need to get items eventually. But what we need to also do, let me just take this out actually. So if len of target tags is greater than 0, figure out if we are looking at a character or item or beep, beep, beep. Build the targeted look event as appropriate, because we have IDs in here. We just need to put tags on those things. Ooh, that's going to be... that's going to take a little tweaking. We'll do it for now. It's fine. And actually, let's flip this. I don't know where that's going to live yet, but all of that can go away. Actually, hang on. We'll leave you for a second. If there's nothing in the targets, default to room look. Yeah, let's just delete this for now. We don't have a thing for this. I need to do that. I'm not sure I need you yet. We're going to get rid of you for now until we know that we do need you. We need look data. I think we just need to fire off to start with, a character notify event. Notify character. If we do that, character notify is private. Topic ID is me, I guess. It's fine. Yeah, it is. That needs to be me. I don't have a helper for you because you're kind of special, I guess. Oh, I do have you. Yeah. Okay. I just have to give you an event type. Because we can use that still. Okay, so... But if you're out of bounds, you shouldn't be, but... could be. We should grid at you instead. If you're nil... invalid. Location provided. Just pretty print you out. That'll keep us safe there. This is game events, new character notify event, event type. This is just a notify character. It's private. Topic ID is source ID. And then listener IDs are nothing. Data is the data, which should just be notify string. Yeah, okay, so target tile dot verbose description. Oh, no listeners. Well, I guess we could do occupants at the target tile. It won't do anything, but and then we just do this broker dispatch message. You should be broadcast topic. Event is the message. No, I need to build a broker message. Fill the fields. Updates. That. No response chan. Like so. Except for you take a pointer. Don't remember why. Because you're a interface. Right, and we did pointers on you for a reason. I don't remember what it is, but we're going to screw around with it for now. Okay, the other thing we want to do is let's log a debug. Handling room look data. Just spit out that real quick, because I'm not 100% certain that this isn't going to create a copy. That's going to make our life a little bit difficult. So, run you. Run you. Make sure everything started. It did. Okay, perfect. Okay, so. Handling look. Error executing event. Character look. No valid location provided for look event. Right. I was afraid of that. Okay. I also need to get rid of that, this. It's fine, we still dispatched, but, you know. So. We need to do this, and then we'd have to rebuild the event here. And if we're going to do all this, then what is even the point of the parse returning this, right? Because that has to return the event. That's why. It's getting a little bit windy. I need to go close the window real quick. I'll be right back. That turns into like a, oh, hello, camera. Hi, I'm here. If that turns into like a rain or a dust storm, I'll have to close more of them, but for now it's fine. There it goes. Just close the one that'll blow open. Okay. We would have to either make parser. Oh, parser is aware of its character. Crap. Okay. What am I doing with my life? Because, of course, we need to be aware of that because of this. What an idiot. Just dispatch it. And then do I do that? Yeah, because you need to know that the command was accepted. It's in the hands of the returns now. Okay. We might have to change that name later, but that's fine for now. Okay. I think that actually fixes everything. Let's restart the server. Restart the client. Okay. No errors fired. So now we just need to hook you up. Well, actually, you should have returned. Why didn't you notify? Because we didn't do right. Character manager. Notify. And we did send that. Why? Why didn't I get? It's because my target tags were look. That's why. So in my parser, when I parse look, I need to advance you. Did I have to do that here? No, because there was only one token. That's why. Advance token past the look token. Yes, good. Now. Perfect. We need to do like some cleanup of this output a little bit, but that's good. Yo, right? Okay. Let's do a commit for this real quick. We'll do commit for wire up the look action to support a room look. Okay. Now, we need to also tie this in to a couple things. We need to get targeted look working, and then we need to tie it into the spot DCs and stuff like that, right? Let's do targets first, just because so I guess we would have to skill check prompt. We can do that in a minute too. Oh yeah, it's going to be some rain here in a little while. Hopefully not too soon. The type, right? The map will be able to tell what it is, whether it's an occupant or an item. But how do we encode that for the character manager? That's where the targeted look thing would come in. We'd either have to do we'd have to have something that knows how to resolve an item ID to an item itself, right? Which could just be like a pointer to an item. That might be fine. But we'd either have to do two different types of events. Because right now, if it's just a string, we can return that. Map could resolve it as an item. Map will already need to know about items because it's going to have them in it. Character will need to know them eventually too, but as long as items don't even know about either of those things, which I think we can do. I think that is safe. And items is just hypothetical right now. We're just trying to set ourselves up for success as best we can, right? I think it's still a character look. It's got to be. And I should change this. To be a look event. For now, we'll keep character look on async along with look. Could be a check prompt, I guess. Would make sense, though. Probably want to... Well, we got a status effect event, so it's probably fine. Yeah, we have effect ID. I guess we could have like a targeted event. And then we could do... do new character look events. We get a source. We get a target. And then we can do... we put a targeted event in here that has both of these. And then we return new event. Oh. It'd help if I put that somewhere. And then this can be character look, target event, oops. Let's just spell it out so that future me won't be mad at current me. Okay, so there's that. And then in map, we say in here we return nil if all that is good. Down here in the otherwise, we can say see if the tags match the target, or rather, ooh, that's the hard part. Ah, crap, I forgot about that. So we only know about IDs. These tags. So our occupants needs to be not just an ID anymore. And we can set this up as a starting point easily enough. Okay, so tile occupants. We don't use this anymore. We can get rid of that. We just move that. List of strings, maybe for now. When we add you, we need to fix this. But to fix this in a couple of different places. New tile. This is still that, but it is occupant. Character notify event. This, you'd have to put methods on here for that, or we can just do yeah, we'd have to do let's give you methods. This is going to be way nicer to work with. Okay, so we're going to do is this inside game map, new file. You can be in the same package. I'm perfectly fine with that. Oh, crap. I don't want to do that. I lied. Because this is going to be a list of these guys. Put that in there. We would have to do a function off of tile. Can return that. Like so. Salt. The ID. Oh. That would help. There we go. So then this can become... where did you go? Down here. Occupant IDs. That. We should do just put this into here. Like so. And just do we do this, and then we say this is the ID. Like so. And actually, I don't need to track this. I can just return nil here. If I get down here, then I know what did I used to say? Actually, I could just, oops. I could do that because I have access to tile here. Just pull this back for just a second. Pull that out. That would be perfectly acceptable. And then I just do here, remove occupant, char ID. Turn the error. Hear thunder in the distance. It's gonna be one of them nights. Okay, and then I can also do an add occupants one that we can use, right? Because we're gonna need to use it for a couple other places too. Occupant IDs. This. This actually needs to be a occupant. There shouldn't be an error here, I don't think. This is just that. The only real purpose is to make us know that we need to do these guys and then do any checking we need to, if we need to. Occupant IDs, and then here this is so intertile needs the tags. Like so. So a move command will need character tags. Can do that too, I guess. If it gets much bigger, we'll just start passing it the whole dealio there. Keep IDs go in there. For now. Okay, now our move command rather. It's going to come over here from parser right now, I think. Move event, create move command. Right, you're in map. It's fine. Put you in here for now. And then that we can just build first name, last name, put you down here. Oops. Nope, I like that better actually. Need to make myself a to-do. We need to store the tags in the character. That way we can just hand it over. And then we'll put you up here somewhere, because that's easy enough. That's something that we should create an update and all that in the character itself. Like probably on unstow at a bare minimum, but also anytime we update the character object, right? And that is rain. But we got 10 minutes, so as long as it doesn't get hard before become, you know, like a downpour before end of stream, we'll be okay. We got 15 minutes. So we can do that. And that should make our look system able to work in map when we do a look. So we go through if yes, tags is probably going to be shorter. Target tags if that has to be a string. I guess we could just add the ID as a tag. IDs aren't really going to work right now. Because we don't have a human readable ID anyway. To do support a fast return on an ID match. But we store UUIDs, so that probably isn't going to matter anyway. It's fine. It might just be in the tags, right? It might be like the first element. There must be a better way to do this. You go through each character, each of the tags. Everything in our occupants, all our target tags, all of the tags in our I think we can build a map. For now, this is okay. How do we handle conflicting tags? We'll leave it as a to-do for now. So if we have a match, what we need to do is return a character notify event. Or rather, character look. What did I just call that thing? Target event. New character look event. Source ID is source ID. Target ID is this ID. Almost forgot insert compulsory go roast here, right? Ash isn't here to support your rusty ways. And then we need a message. If I could spell you correctly. Not game events. You can be an update, notify event, no response channel, dispatch, broadcast topic, message. Your pointer for reasons I don't recall, but I think they were good reasons, and we return. We return nil specifically. This should probably be shouldn't really return an error. If we find nothing, then character notify event. Notify, nope. Notify character, there we go. And what else do you need? You need true dot source ID an empty list of IDs. There's nobody observing you, you're private. And data, which is just going to be actually we could do I believe this expects a string. Character manager. Notify character. Yes. There is no here. And then this is I think I'd just do that. I don't know. I don't remember. It's okay for now. I'm worried that it'll give, you know, bracketies. But we can just build a nicer string in a minute here if we need to. Right now we just want to do message, fill the fields. You can be an update, notify event, no response, and then message broker, dispatch, broadcast topic, the message. Okay. Now, that should handle all of that perfectly fine. This just needs to get wired up in Character Manager. If it's a character look event, we probably need to do the same we did up here. And then you were a targeted, right? Targeted event, yes. For event must be whatever you wanted, which will be, what am I missing here? Comma, that's what I'm missing there. This is event data's type. This is dot character look string, and then this is dot targeted event. Just for the sake of type. Otherwise, we do is we say what do we say? Character look right now. We can pull inside. You we need to make sure you're online first. Or does it matter? It does matter, because otherwise we won't know what to do with them. And then we do and you become source ID. We need to also get this. This should always be okay, but we just need to grab the reference, right? That. We just wire that up to the piping to send you. If the source is not okay, we can do an error. And if the target, same deal, for some reason, gotta clean up this API a little bit. But for now, it'll be okay. Let's give that a run. I'm missing game map. Oh, I forgot to fix these other things. Were you tile? You were tile. This needs to be this. That, like so. Perfect. And then the remove just needs to turn that just like so. Those might just get collapsed, actually. What uses you? Yeah, I don't need these at all. Silly me. So here, this needs the tags. What did I just do there? Ah. Pretty that. And then this will be fill the fields, char ID, char tags, like so. We'll have to fix the tests. That's fine. Oh, you don't return. Okay. And then this is the same. So we'll have to fix you up real quick too here in a second. That's fine. Grid at location. Pretty that. That. What are we doing here? We're fine. Hey, manager. We're gonna fake tags real quick. Use dir tags directly when we put them in. This will be temporary first name, oops, last name, and then I think that's it for that. No, we need to do, when we move them in, I think we need to do a tags. That's in tile. Character enter tile. Takes tags. Yeah, we already did that. Okay. Let's give this a shot. Tests are going to be totally hosed right now, but that's fine. We'll fix them up here in a minute. Okay. There's no foo here. Okay. Oh. That didn't return. But it didn't error either. Yeah, it was giving me the... Invalid event in queue, character look. Oh, did I didn't. Let's be kind to our server. Log out first. Doesn't really matter, but you know. Now we can launch you again. Yes. All right. Like so. We probably want to handle a couple different edge cases there, but that's fine for now. If we go east, we get that, and then main.go. If I could type, that would help. We go east. I look. Occupants should be in here, so we need to add that. But if I look foo, I can look at foo. I see foo man. And then if I look bar now, I see barman. Great success. Okay. That is going to take us past the 4-hour mark. Let's see, I need to leave myself some to-do notes, though, so I just know where the heck I am, and to do a commit. All the things. So very exciting now. Get looking, working, kinda hacky. Fix it later. Right? Yes, exactly that face. So we need, I'm just gonna leave it here, I guess, because it'll open me to here. To do. Get tags in the character lowercase the names case insensitive tag search to do handle the skill check stuff for looking at exits to do handle ambiguous look cases, i.e. look man if both test chars are in a room. Should turn some sort of something. I'm gonna figure out how I want to do that. Let's see, what else do we have that we need to tidy up? See if we can build a tag map for look in map so that we don't have to iterate over the whole list of crap. That one might be tricky. We'd have to get you out of the occupants list. Like, occupants might become a more complex structure. We'd have to figure out who's leaving in order to update those, right? And the same thing for anything else we added. So we'd either have to recalculate everything on a move or figure it out on a look. I don't know the answer there, but leave myself those notes there. And that'll take us to the end of the time here. So thank you to everybody who came and hung out. If you like this kind of thing, then show up here tomorrow at about this time, and I should be here doing more of it. I stream about 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today, ending Monday. So I'd love to see you again, and if not, have a great weekend anyway. Maybe we'll catch you some other time.